Twitter, all the social media, and YouTube. Here we are with the final 8 of the Banco Casino Masters. Our tournament director, Suze, is just sorting everyone out, making sure everyone understands how to play on a streamed table. Some will have done so and others not. And we have 8 runners and riders left. And they are playing for a first prize of €40,000. And our first player out will go home with 3,300. I've had a bit of an overlay here at Casino Banco, so great value for the players. Here we see our lineup. So we have our chip leader is Jan Cerny in seat 9. And there's our prize structure: 40,000 for first, 3,300 for 8th. Running at the moment in second is a Hungarian, Tamas, in seat 7. So all the money at the end of the table. Then we have 3 Austrians, Edmund, Samir, and Yankov, on seats 8, 1, and 3. So 7, 8, and 9 are our top 3 chip leaders, and 1, 2, and 3 are in 4th to 6th place. So the middle of the table is at risk. We have one short stack, Janos, in seat 4. He only has 950,000 chips. I'll just tell you what that is in blinds. I'm not quite sure what we're starting with. Everyone getting comfortable, as we've seen before here. But also a few new faces. Nice mix. Got 4 Austrians, 1 Slovakian, 2 Hungarians, an Italian, and our chip leader Jan from the Czech Republic. So last minute advice from our wonderful tournament director Suze, who's been here at Banco for some years now. Might have to replace her soon. She's getting quite old. Definitely do with a haircut. Look at that, far too much hair. Right, so I will also be tracking you guys on YouTube. So if you have any comments or questions, except for the usual rude ones about me, just saying I was rubbish. No evidence, though. I mean, you know, I think you've got to back it up with some evidence. So let's have a look. We got a few comments here supporting their friends, and 60 of you so far, so quite slow at the moment. Usually get about 300 on this stream. Here with Spade TV, And we have our first hand. The button is on seat 7, and our chip leader is on the small blind. Here we go then. I recognise Austrian in seat 8, Edmund. I've played a few times against him. Very solid player. And he is currently in third in chips. Seat 5, thinking about a little offsuit. A bit early for that, son. A bit early for that. I know we've been playing 3 days, but this is a whole new game. New table, final table. You can get 3,500 or 40,000. So there's big jumps on each one. Here we have Edmund on the button with 10-3. Is he going to make a button raise and look to dominate this table from the first? And our chip leader starts with a pair of jacks. Raises from the small blind, 480. Blinds are 8160. So seat 4, Janos, our Hungarian friend in seat 4, only has, and he will be on the big blind in 2 hands time. So he really only has, I would argue, 3 hands to play. He can get maximum value from this hand or the next, or he is forced to put in both the big blind and the ante when it comes around in 2 hands time. So a sensible approach is to try and get your money in with any kind of reasonable hand, even Jack 9 and above, that kind of hand, Queen 10, Queen 9, anything, 2 connected high cards to give yourself maximum value, because you can pick up both blinds and you may also get a call or 2. First to act has got an attractive ace jack. Problem with that is you've got 6 players behind you, and then the blinds as well. Probably see a raise though. This is Yankov Yavor, one of our Austrian players. 375, so just over the 2.2, something like that. Gentle raise. Is anyone going to pick up any kind of hand to fight back with? I don't think it'll be. So far, no one. We're round to the blinds. Small blind will not be calling with 9-2 offsuit. And we just have the big blind to get through. Italian Michael Darigo. 6 may want to look up this up, but likely to be losing to an early position raise here. So the sensible move is to fold hands like a6. Oh, something's happened to my screen. Just froze for a bit. I'm guessing he folded because I couldn't see the action, but I'm guessing he folded. And now all the pressure on seat 4 with his 950,000 and blinds at 8160. I'm sorry, guys, if you're getting a frozen screen every now and then. We've got a few technical difficulties. A bit staccato, which our Italian on the final table may recognise. A little bit jumpy. We've got the button and 2 blinds to go through. Ace on the button from Semir Jatic. And small blind folds. Yankov in seat 3. Calls with a queen jack, so fairly even on the odds. Let's see what flop we get. And he's hit a queen. How will Yankov play this? He's out of position, first to act. Going to lead out or just take it slow, check call, try and trap. Semir raised and is following through. Here's his C-bet. Looks like 5. Yep, 500 into just about $1 million, so a 50% pot bet. And we know that Yankov is going nowhere, just a call. I like this, but we're getting into dangerous territory. There's 3 diamonds on board. The problem with the check here is it does allow a free card, and he has no diamonds. Very risky check here. Jatic. Is Jatic going to get lucky? No, he isn't. No, I want to see a value bet coming in here of about 700,000 into 2 million. You can't be scared of the flush. I think you'd have seen a bet if there was one. Also, whatever bet he does will probably be folded. Has he gone for my advice? Is he listening to me half an hour ago? A very small value bet there. Very nice, enticing little bet. But I don't think Jatic is going to call. Semir, sorry, is going to call here. And nice pot there for the big blind. Now our short stack is on the big blind. He hasn't played any of the previous 5 hands. Will he feel committed with any kind of proper hand? We'll see when it comes back round. Hungarian Janos Nemeth. He's a very good looking lad, that Edmundo. Ace-4, nice solid fold. Here's our chip leader. He had jacks, one of the first hands, and won that. So he's going to get some credit for having a hand, but he is risking an all-in by the short stack. Let's see what he does. 2 to go. Any kind of hand here, and he should be shoving. Wow. Chips, and the short stack gets shorter. He's now on the small blind. So he's just lost 320, lost a third of his stack there, and he's got another 60 in now. But he's bought himself another round or so to get his short stack in. We're seeing some of the upcoming festivals. This is the festival. 500,000 guaranteed. I think it's a 550 buy-in, if I remember rightly. I will be playing a lot of those tournaments, and I think one of my colleagues, George, will probably be commentating. I prefer to play than commentate on that one. It's a fantastic week of mixed events. Won one here in Bratislava a couple of years ago and cashed in a few in Tallinn and in Nottingham, in my country, in the UK. Great week. We've also got some amazing guaranteed events here at the Banco Casino. We've got the Swedish Championship following this one. King Jack offsuit for Samir. If he's raising A7, he's going to raise King Jack. Unfolds. Queen 2 suited. Looks like he's going to get this through. I don't think 8-4 is going to defend. 8-4 offsuit is not. Wait, another one. Yep, that's it. Discipline. Going to be calling off even if you've got chips in the pot. So we've got the Swedish Championships coming up. The main event is only for Swedish citizens, but there will be a lot of side events that's been put together by my Swedish friend Maurits, who was also part of the festival when it started. He is no longer. In fact, I'll be seeing him in Sweden in a couple of weeks and playing some poker with him out there. Then we've got the Polish Poker Summer Cup. That's every 3 months we have Polish poker events. That's a 250k guaranteed for only €125 buy-in. That's a heck of a value. Then the famous Coolbet Open is coming to Bratislava. My friend Svein is the Coolbet guy. He's now living in Bratislava, frequenting this casino most days. He played in this event and got knocked out earlier in the main event and played a couple of side events here at the Masters. Pair of queens for Samir. He's raised with A7. He's raised with King Jack. Let's see if he does the kind of error of making a big raise with a big hand, or whether he does a consistent raise, which I like to see. 410, slightly above what he raised. Will anyone pick this up if they have a hand in the first place? Doesn't look like they do. Just a small giveaway there. Always advise keeping raises consistent or vary them completely so that there's no pattern. But if you raise 375, 375, 375, and then suddenly raise 410, you are giving information away that your hand is a bit stronger. But looks like the big, perfectly playable hand of Jack 10 suited hasn't noticed anything. Two good hands here. Queens against Jack 10 suited. Gut shot for the Jack 10. Runner, gut shot. This is a pretty good flop for queens. I should think one bet will take this down. We shall see. Looks like it's a very small bet. 400, is it? No, 600. Okay, half the pot. I like that. That's asking a question, and he's ahead. Yeah, and I think Jack 10 folds as predicted. So, Coolbet Open is in September. 500,000 guaranteed in total, with a main event guaranteed at 300,000. Fantastic event. Lots of Nordic players coming and drinking. Drink is about a third of the price here in Bratislava than in Norway, and so they will come here, and I promise you they will drink the bar dry. Better warn the casino to make sure they've got enough beer in stock because these guys will have lots of it. And then the fantastic Winamax Poker Open, the French app Winamax, right towards the end of September, 18th to the 24th. 1,500 French players will be coming over. And last year, we broke all records with the Winamax Poker Open, more than 2,500 runners. And just to put it in context, we've got about 1,200 for this event, so double the runners for that event. The festival at the end of November. Fantastic value here at the Banco Casino. These guys know what they're doing, and they make it a really good experience for players from all countries. You've got a nice ace-queen raise there by Yankov. Just small though. It's only raised just over 2.0, just over the big blind. Edmund looks like he's been to his hairdressers in the last few days to make sure he looks nice and clean for the final table. Shows the ace-queen, a bit of advertising there. Yeah, nice hand, some of the boys say. Probably feeling a bit aggrieved. Get a call or a raise with his ace-queen suited. However, as I'm sure most of you know, ace-queen is a hand that people lose most money on in tournament poker. And the reason for that is it just looks so pretty. And if and when the chips go in, it can often be against ace-king or a pair. So it is one of those kind of funny hands. Pair of fours, late position. Quite difficult to play small pairs in late position. He decides against playing it. I think that's the conservative option. Can get in trouble. I like the way he's got his name there, Edmondo. That's just his first name. But it says Edmondo on our screen. So one of our listeners, one of our viewers, Hans Gruber, is questioning my comment. I think you've misunderstood a little bit, my friend. Didn't say ace-queen was a bad hand. I said it is a hand most in tournament poker, and that is true. So that's what happens. The problem is people get very attracted by it. It is only two high cards, and an awful lot of cards can beat it. Of course, it's a strong hand against any other ace except ace-king, but it is no coincidence. It's also the hand that you can get into a lot of trouble with. That was my point. Not that it's a bad hand. Big differentiation. Of course you're going to raise with ace-queen and you will defend it. I hit a flop the other day I called a raise with ace-queen. I didn't re-raise. A flop comes queen, jack. He had ace-king of hearts, one heart on board, and it went runner, hearts. So even when I hit two queens with ace-queen, I managed to find a way of losing the hand. Marvellous, as we say in the UK. And we got two clubs for the split pot is the likely winner here, but any bet will do it. Sizing up a bet, and Edmund, who has absolutely nothing, although little did he know his queen was probably going to split unless a club came. So another little pot there for Jan. Here we see our he's increased to 14 million with 86 big blinds, and we've got 3 on a very healthy 40 plus big blinds. Samir on 31, but we see our bottom of the pack is in the danger zone with 9 big blinds. He must have won the last hand before we went to 8-handed, because he had less when we were 9-handed. He must have doubled up the last hand. So it wasn't in quite the danger that I thought. I presume Hans Gruber, you've got that name on YouTube because you love the Bruce Willis film. He's the baddie, isn't he, in all those films. Got an all-in with the ace-jack. No mucking about. Will Edmund, will he call here with a pair of 9s? He's certainly thinking about it. I know he's capable of it, having played with him a few times. He's not going to assume that he is behind. Wants to get a count. Is he here to win the tournament or just ladder up? Difficult to see. So he was third in chips with about 7 million. So he has 7.2 million. So about a quarter of his stack to call. We don't know if anyone behind has a hand. He'll be flipping. He probably knows that. And I like this play. He's here to win it. Jan has a more difficult decision with Queen Jack. I think once there are 2, an all-in and a call, your Queen Jack looks pretty small. And we're going to go to the races, guys. This is our first big hand. The ace jack is at risk. And the 9s by Edmundo is technically ahead by a little. We know 1 jack has gone, Queen Jack. So I don't think there were any other aces. I think there was another jack. So 2 jacks are out. So he can only hit 5 cards or a potential straight. And there's the ace from space. So having made a nice call, our short stack first hand that he has seen of any kind of value gets it in. Just got to fade 2 9s now. Brave call by Edmundo. And he was ahead when he put his chips in. Oh, very close. So double up for our short stack. We're in for a long night, folks. And we see our new chip count, and our short stack has moved up to 16 big blinds from the 9 he had before. 2.6 million now. New hand. That will give him a lot more confidence from. And we see our new chip count, and our short stack has. King 9 folded. Chip leader on the button. He's got a pair. Sure, he'll be raising here. He's got a pair and he's got the stack. Looks like 330. Samir with 10-6 offsuit. And our big blind folds as well. Hasn't had a hand yet. Our Italian friend in seat 2. Don't think he's played one hand yet. So more chips for the chip leader. Chip leader folds. Well, very solid. Folding A7 in late position. Oh, sorry, that's Samir. Samir on the button with A7. Had that a few hands ago and will be raising. Now, he'd been raising about 375 before, and it's 375 again. And that little tell he had when he had the queens and he raised to 410. Maybe if people listen to this, they will learn from it. This time, though, our Italian looks interested. First hand. Nope. We didn't see what it was, but he folded it. Yankov on the big blind. A7 suited will certainly be calling. May even raise. May want to find out whether it's a button raise or not. Checking his stack. He's got about 4.2 million, and you've got, you have more chips than him. After all that, just a call with the A7 suited. Flush with the ace of hearts to the aggressor. I think we'll see a follow through C-bet. We do. And A7 suited may have to fold here. It's a good little bet. 400 into 1 million. Not hit anything. Yep. Well played on the button, where aggression favours the player there. Nice play. I'm not sure Christian in seat 6 has played a hand yet. Chip leader, very solid. Only raising with good hands. Samir, 6-3 suited. Massive. How can you fold that? I don't know. It's like you've never played poker before. It's a massive hand, 6-3 suited. Get a raise in. Don't come to my coaching classes. So, big blind picks up the blinds, and we're onto a new hand. Another pair. Take queens earlier, a few ace sevens. Samir getting a better run of the cards than most of the table so far. Has he gone 375 or back to his 410? 405, you see? It's I'm sorry, but it is a tell. He just raises that bit more when he has a good hand. I hope one or two of the players have picked this up. Yankov in a tough spot on the button with Queen 10. Decides against calling. Very solid. King 8 will fold. Even if he is a bit suspicious. Wow. I think he's sizing up a raise here. He's going to get in trouble. This is bad timing with the King 8. He's made a 3-bet. And I think Samir will push all in. I'm pretty sure we're going to see an all-in. Samir doesn't have... He's got 4.5 million behind. He covers Peter, who doubled up earlier. He can't call off with jacks out of position. Yep, there we go. And Peter's made a move there, but just very bad timing. And immediately folds. Nice bit of extra bunch there. Another million added to his chip stack. Samir is getting the cards and playing them well. And often final tables can go that way. You just need the run of cards, run of luck. Things like someone raising you without a proper hand. That kind of thing. Well played. So we have an all-in from our Italian. First hand he's played. We can't see his hand, but I'm going to assume it is ace 10 or above. And I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to defend anyway. So whatever hand he has is the winning hand. First hand he's played. Shoves with 2.2 million. About 15 big blinds, I think. Here comes some of the ads. This is the Swedish Poker SM Live. In the next, lots of Swedes arriving in Bratislava. I'm going to Sweden on the 27th, so I might meet a champion or two by the time that one's finished. Yankov here, and then nice ace queen will be raising. Looks like 330, just over the min raise. Now, do we actually have a hand here? And very patient. Hall from Austria against one of his countrymen. Can't see his hand, but unless he's got ace king or a big pair, he could be in trouble. He's counting out a 4-bet, and it's a raise. May get respect though, but I'm not sure in this level whether ace queen gets folded. So how is Yankov going to play his ace queen? This is a tricky spot. He's gone all in. All in. An immediate call. What are we going to see? We're going to see a pair or an ace king. Possibly even an ace queen. Pair of kings. Wow. Shape here. He's got to fade an ace. I don't think there were any other aces on the table. So he's got about 26, 28% with the ace queen. He's got to hit an ace. And that's not going to help. Set of kings on the flop. And no real draw. So he's drawing almost dead. Well, how about completely dead? Drawing to a 10 now. So not completely dead. Just needs a 10. And full house. A boat with the kings over jacks. Doubles up there. Christian been very patient. Hasn't played any of his small aces. Nice double up there against an unlucky Yankov. Now, going back to the question. Hans Gruber, ace, queen, bad. Not a bad hand, but people get wedded to it. Called off all his chips against kings and lost. So I think that's a very nice example of what I said earlier. Nothing to do with it being a bad hand, but it is a hand that quite often gets in trouble, as it did on this one. Lost a big part of his stack there. So he's now moved to bottom 3 in chips and a nice double up. Christian is now in third, just about the same as second. And our runaway leader, Jan, is on 88 big blinds. So still lots of play here at the Banco Casino Masters. Regular monthly 250k guaranteed event, alongside all the other many fantastic value events we have here. Polish Cup, SM Live, the Festival, Open, they're all coming up. I don't know if our technical boys can hear us, but seats 2 and 5, the RFID is not reading the cards very well, and we're not able to see their hands. I don't know if we can do something about that in the break. That would be good. Got a raise by Christian. We couldn't see his kings last time, and we can't see his hand this time. We knew it was a strong hand. That's interesting. Chip leader on the big blind with a pair. Doesn't need to go ballistic here. Looks probably just a flat call. Doesn't need to put lots of his chips in against someone that just re-raised with kings. Put the pressure on. Wow. Sizing up a 3-bet. The good thing about this move is he's going to get information back from Christian. And in fact, the move worked on its own. The information was he was raising without a particularly strong hand. Very well played from our chip leader, Jan. Pair of tens for our Italian friend. I think he's just going to be shoving 2.6 million in. Got about 15 big blinds. Oh, here's our friend Peter. Gonna call off his sevens now. Folds it. Christian with a very playable king queen, but it's a big part of his stack. Very solid fold. Not to know. Could be up against ace queen, ace king. So it's a very solid fold with the king queen. I like this play by Michael from Italy in seat 2. No nonsense, making it very hard for any kind of mid-ace like ace-7 or even king-queen to call, puts maximum pressure on and picks up the blinds. Do that once around and you're still in the tournament. Very pretty 10-8 suited for Yankov, but he's in early position. Tricky hand to play, out of position. And Peter this time has a premium with kings. Just going to make a raise, so I like this. Looking to induce. So just a small raise, very small raise, just over the min raise. Looking to induce someone to come back at him. Someone like Edmondo may want to play this ace. Usually quite solid though. Doesn't like mid aces. Yep, I thought he'd fold that. I do like the way he plays. It's quite easy to play against though as well. You kind of know where you are with him. King Jack from Samir may well want to have a look and could get in trouble if he hits either his king or his jack. Even worse if he hits both. And we got queens. We're going to see an all-in and a snap call with the kings. It's all going in from our Italian here with queens. There's no way he's folding this. He's seen a small raise and a call. He's seeing weakness. And he will pounce. He's going to go all in with queens. Oh, is he going to make a cuter bet? Like a kind of raise to 1 million. What's he got? 2.7 million. Oh, I like this. He's going to get a surprise, though, because he was almost committed to the pot. It's a big raise. And I think Peter will take his time or look like he's thinking about it, but he will already have decided. He set up the raise in the first place in the hope that someone raises behind him. Yep, here we go, all in. And now the King Jack will fold. Samir cannot call this kind of action. And our Frenchman is at risk with the queens. Immediate call. You're not going to like what he sees. It's a big pot. Our short stack should be back in the game and able to win it. Good patience early on. Waits for the big hands at the right spot. So drawing to 2 queens, or we will lose our first player on the final table. Pretty unlucky to walk into kings there. If he does hit a queen, that's a good flop for kings. The only good thing is one king is out, so if he does hit a queen, there are less kings to hit. Not looking too good at the moment. I think he will, yep, he will get some change though. I don't think he was covered. Great hand there for Peter. Another big double up. Here we see our new order board. Peter moved up significantly up that ladder from last place to mid-table. No real hands at the moment for a lot of these players. Poor old seat 6, I don't think he's had a hand yet. Check. I think we'll see a raise here. Still at 81.60. Most of the raises have been just over the min raise. Wow, that's... Well, he could have got in trouble against King Jack. Wanted to raise, he really wanted to raise. And now he's seeing the chip leader raise behind him with a much stronger hand than Jack 10. Great instincts there. All in for his 395. He does have the lead with ace 2. And there are 2 jacks out, 2 kings out. Blind being made up by Yankov with a king 7. So we have 3 players to this flop. One is at risk, but he is winning at the moment with the ace 2. Doesn't want to see a king, jack, or a 7. Or a kind of queen 10 straighting hand. 2 players can still bet. Well, that is a queen 9 straighting hand, so that's pretty good for the king, jack. Michael amused by that. He's still winning with the ace 2. Doesn't know it. Probably not that confident with that flop. And a king. There's the king. Now they both hit this. But king jack will bet. He's got the kicker. And probably get a call from Yankov. Doesn't like it with a king 7. But he probably will call and lose another 300,000. And we will lose Michael. Got very unlucky earlier with the queens against the kings of Peter. Doubled him up and then became our short stack. Yep, king 7 called. Shows the king. And Michael is out the tournament. King on the river has done for him. We lose our first player and he will get a payout of 3,300 euros from a 250 buy-in. So nice result. 13 times his buy-in and everyone's going to move around a bit. I think we're probably going to go into a break. And we have still our chip leader Jan has increased his lead to 16 million. And we've got 5 players, all fairly similar. Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're down to 7 players. We lost our 8th place finisher, Michael Dorigo from Italy, when he got crippled with queens against kings, and then he was all in with an ace-2, and our chip leader, Jan, mopped him up with a king on the river. Also took an extra 300,000 from seat 3, who had a king. King-queen now for Samir. Been fairly active, but he's had the hands as well. Lines are now up to 100, 200. So I'm expecting to see raises of about 450. Yep, exactly that. Just over the min raise. I don't think Peter's going to get too cute with Queen 8, although we did see him call earlier with a King 8. In fact, he raised with it against Samir's jacks. Obviously, he takes a fancy to Samir. Calling off with Queen 8 offsuit. This is adventurous play, to say the least. Neither player has hit, but Samir will see bet. He doesn't like pots going when aggression will win the day. And Peter sizing up a move here. Peter, our lone Slovakian local player on the final table. He is. He's made a raise once against him already. This time it may work. Obviously taken a fancy to Samir. And not in a weird way, but just the way he plays. He has been raising a lot, but he has raised with good hands. However, he has missed this flop completely. How will he play this hand? This time he folds. Very good play by Peter. Tried it with the King 8, so I think the reason he called with the Queen 8, he was sizing up some kind of move later down the line. Very good poker. Tamas in early position with a King 10. Not really had any hands to talk about yet. Chip leader with an ace and the stack. Yep, he's just flat called. Was he min raised? I think he's min raised to 400. Samir folds his 7-4 suited. Come round to Peter. Certainly the most unusual player on the table, I would say. Christian, we still can't see his hand. Be nice to have sorted this out in the break, guys. Mentioned it earlier. A raise against him. Obviously does have a hand in a decision. Doesn't normally take this long if he doesn't. Very considered young player. Austria against Czech Republic. Really taking his time. Looks like a shove, and Jan will not call with the A7. Lovely play there. Wish I could see his hand. And that's just pushed his stack up a little bit above the pack, but still well behind chip leader Jan, who has now 15 million from his original 12 when we started the final table. Men raised by Jan. Solid call with Queen Jack suited. Yankov folding the King 10. This time Peter not mucking about. He'd be up against 2, including a chip leader. Sensible. Has the big blind. Got any kind of hand to call 200 with. He's already got 200 invested. Be getting 6.5 to 1 on his money. Or has he got a raising hand? Not seen much from him. He'll get maximum respect if he does raise. Looks like he's counting out a raise. What a big one. Looks like 1.5, 1.6 million. Can't see his hand, but I expect he does have a very good hand. It's a strong play here, 1.6 million. Jan, our chip leader, does he have a hand to come back or to shove with? If he does, Queen Jack will get out of the way and we'll be heads up. 1.6 million committed, only 4.8 million behind, or in total. Can't see Jan's hand either. No, he folds. And I think the Queen Jack suited will probably fold as well. It's the first hand that Tamas has raised with, and I think he'll get maximum respect. Yankov for the tricky ace-4, but it is suited, it is connected. Could well make a move here. Just a raise. Peter will fold his 7-4 suited. Christian with a very similar hand, ace-3, but he's been folding those earlier. Now we're on to our small and big blind. This time we see a pair of jacks. He raised the previous hand, and I think we're going to see another big raise here, if not on all-in. Because Yankov only has 2.3 million in total. Edmundo behind. Going to take his time, but I think we'll see a 4-bet. Slightly less than before, but it's still a very strong bet. Edmundo folds his King 3. 1.1 million, so 675 to call. Getting 3 to 1 on his money with a suited ace. This often defines what kind of player you are. If you're here to win it, you call, and if you are being pressure on and you just don't feel it, you fold. Very nice play. It's two big hands in a row for Tamás Gege of Hungary, our sole Hungarian player on the table. Edmundo taking the conservative approach, just calling the blind, who's dominating our chip leader with Jack 10 over Jack 6. Let's see if Jan can hit a lucky 6. Not great for either player. Jack 10 still holding at the moment, and Jack 10 is playing. So unless a 6 comes, Jan will lose this pot. Unless one of them represents the ace. Yep, the Jack and the 10 plays. Yeah, not sure, but I am. Pair of 8s for Yankov. May decide to shove with this, or is it just a raise? No, all in. Only got 2.3 million. 11 big blinds. Got a pair. Chinese aces. Pair of 8s. Is anyone going to wake up with a hand? So far, no. On the cutoff with 9-2. Now we're on to Edmundo. Very playable 6-5 suited, but not a great call with his stack. Small blind Jan. Still nothing. Samir, have you got a hand? 2 million, half your stack? Guess not. 8s win the pot. Obviously, he showed the 8s, and must be something significant about them. Raise with a king 9 suited from Peter. Now will Jan play his dominating king jack on the button in position? I think I want to have a look at a flop. May feel though it's just not strong enough against a raise. We know that Peter's been raising with king, queen 8, king 9, this kind of hand. Oh, looks like Jan does as well. He's sizing up a re-raise. Lovely play this by our chip leader. Taking no nonsense. He really is playing very well. Used his stack very effectively on this final table. And now what's Peter going to do with his king 9? At least he's giving it a go. But against the chip leader, who's got very good poker instincts, and playing very, very good poker, it's a tough ask. Can't see the hands again, but Ed, who very rarely raises, is raising to 400. Jan coming back at him. Looks like 1.4 million, something like that. Fold by Samir. Yankov, yep. And turn will Peter fold. What kind of hand does Edmondo have? He's raised. He's got re-raised by the chip leader, who has done it 4 times. This will sort the men out from the boys. Well, having to fold. Great play again by Jan. Someone asked me earlier who's going to win this tournament. So far, I have to admit there only looks like one winner, and he has just collected another pot. Back into the ace-4 suited. This time a different player. Going to make a raise. Min raise to 400. He's in early position. It's a reasonable bet. Unless someone comes back over the top, and you have to rethink it. Yankov looking interested. Both relatively short stacked, although Tamas does cover Yankov. Whether he calls all his stack off with ace-4 suited is another question. Just a call on the button. This time, Peter with a proper hand. Pair of tens. We are going to see a 3-4 bet here for sure. We are going to see a re-raise, if not a shove. Put maximum pressure on the other two players. Fairly weak just to call on the button. We're going to see at least 1.2 million, 1.5 million, and maybe a shove. Wow. He is a very tricky player. That totally got me. I never thought he'd be calling with tens. That's a very strange call. Tens out of position. It's, yeah, to be honest, he really almost has to hit a set to, that's a very strange bet. Very strange. Didn't use his stack there, didn't use his big pair. Tamas has missed. Yankov betting on the button. Now what do you do with your tens? There's an overcard. You've got backdoor straight. You've got no flush. And a mid pair. If you're looking to trap with it, it's understandable, but it's very hard to trap with tens with so many overcards. So, Peter, you've got yourself in this pickle, mate. How are you going to get out of it? I'm sure whatever you do will surprise me. No, okay, that didn't surprise me. The call surprised me. I think ace-4 may need to get out of the way as well. Don't know what Yankov is betting with, but he's got a short stack. He's putting chips in, so he's not going to be folding. Picks up a nice pot there. And a change of dealer. I've been calling seat 3 Yankov, but I think his name is Yavor. Yankov is his surname. I apologize. So Yavor. Hip hip Yavor. Is back in the game. We have a new dealer. Peter raising with the ace-2. So far no resistance. And he picks up a small pot. There we saw the sign for the Winamax. Great French online poker event. And broke all records last time it was here. Early raise by our chip leader with 7-8 suited. I like to see this. a lot else to see at the moment. Edmundo with a playable King 9 suited. Plays well. And he's already got a big blind in, so I think he'll make up the blind. Well, sorry, make up the raise. So we got 1 million in the pot with our chip leader in position. Got a gut shot draw and second pair. I don't think Edmund's going to fold for one bet. There's the call. So Jan drawing to a 6 to make his straight. Same again. We'll probably see a check call. Jan may not do a second bullet. He's playing against a fairly tight player. Oh, he's not scared of anyone. Sizing up a million bets, half the pot. Putting maximum pressure on Edmundo. How does he like his 9 now? He's got second pair with a good kicker. He still likes it. Unless Jan hits his 6, I think he'd be wise not to make another bet. Unfortunately, he's hit his 8, so he's actually hit, but it is behind. Probably see another check by Edmundo. Some straights have been made. Jack 10 has now hit a straight. No, I like that. He wasn't going to fold, so he might as well put chips in. Picked up a nice pot. Well played, sir. That's the first misstep for our chip leader. Did have 16 million, 88 big blinds. He's now 14 million with 72 big blinds. And Edmundo has moved up to third, courtesy of another 1.5 million on top of his stack. And we can see we have 2 around the 20 big blinds mark, Samir and Yavor. But lots of play still to come. More playable King Queen suited here. Peter raising better than his Queen 8 and King 9 than he had earlier. And at the moment, let's see if the blinds have any kind of defense hand. Edmundo not. Jan, well, no, maybe not. So, small pot there to Peter. Peter with a small ace. Folding that. Ace on the button for Edmundo comes down from Vienna. It's only about half an hour in the car, 45 minutes by coach or taxi. Samir might want to have a look with a Jack 9 suited. He certainly does. Only cost him 200 to call. Getting good value there. 5-1 on his money. However, he's only hit a gut shot, and Edmundo has hit his ace. Will follow through for sure. Maybe 600, something like that. Wow. Samir making a shove. This could be very badly timed. Don't know if Edmundo can fold his top pair here, because it's a draw heavy board with the 7-8 and the diamonds. What's he going to do? He does cover him. Wow. He did call. Yep, good. I thought he folded for a minute. So Jack 9 at risk. Needs a 10 or running hearts. That's not going to help his cause. Only a 10. Edmundo will make a nice pot here, near double up. Yep, very good. Samir making bad timing move there. I like the spirit of it. I think it would have been a lot better if we had 2 hearts on board as well as the gut shot draw. And we are down to 6 players. So 6 players. Samir will take home 4,500. And our next 6th place finisher will take 6,400. So we're seeing our new board with Jan still on top, but Edmundo now moved up to 2nd from 3rd with that excellent pot. And we see Mr. Yankov in 6th place. Still very open. Edmundo raising with the ace-8, could get in trouble. Jan has him dominated with 8. He does tend to raise when he feels it's the right play. This time he's not feeling it, and he folds the better hand. I think we're going to see an all-in push with the 8 with the 10s now. How will Edmundo play? Last time we saw Peter have 10s against 2 players, and he just flat called, which is really not the optimum move. Get your chips in, son. Oh, well. Oh, raise. Okay. Don't mind that. It's almost stronger than a shove. Puts the same kind of pressure back on Edmundo. Both Austrian, they may know each other. Javor and Edmundo. Haven't seen Javor play here, but certainly played a bit with Edmundo. But both Austrian may know each other's play. I like to think I know quite a lot of the English players I regularly play against, especially in the Omaha. You get a feel for people's aggression ratings and how solid they are, etc. I think that's a fair fold. Minimum raise and then a fold. Christian with a very pretty ace-jack suited. Just a min raise. Tamas will fold his 10-6. Mundo got a hand to get involved again. He's been very active the last few hands. And he calls. Can't see his hand at the moment. But it will be at least King 10, something like that. Peter seems to like these hands. King 9, Queen 8. Yeah, there he is. I don't know what it is. He must have won a big pot once with King 9 or Queen 8 or something. I don't know. But he's up against Ace Jack. Neither King 9 or Ace Jack have hit, but Edmundo may well have hit. And there's no massive draws there either. Gut shot draws for both players. So the same position. The ace may be ahead, or Edmundo may be ahead. Well, Peter taking the initiative, betting into this. He's obviously confident of his post-flop play. Won a couple of pots post-flop, which is why he's obviously happier calling than shoving with these kind of hands. Putting a lot of pressure on the ace-jack of Christian. Doesn't mean he folds, though. If he reads weakness, he may well shove with it. But he does have Edmundo behind him, who covers him, covers both these players. Got his hands on his cards, though. Usually the sign you're going to fold. This time he calls. Peter, unless a jack hits, could get in big trouble. He's hit his 9, but a lot of straights are made. The jack's made a straight. 2 pairs. Possibilities for Edmundo here. Peter has checked, though. He's seeded. So let's see whether Edmundo was ahead the whole time with a queen or a 10. Oh, I think he probably should have bet by the sound of it. Did he have a pair? Wow, to 9 wins. That's I think he got away with that one. But Peter has moved from short stack to about third, I think now. He's moving up the leaderboard in timely fashion. Not a good call there by Edmundo without a plan. And obviously thought he was good, but the 9 won the pot. So maybe he had a pair of 7s, I don't know. Jack 9 suited. Early position, though. Very pretty hand. But folds in early position. Now we're down to the blinds. Peter's got King Jack. He's not folding that. Not the way he's played his kings so far. That's a premium hand for him. I'm sure we'll see some kind of raise, maybe to 500. He's going to get in trouble, though. Christian's got 6s. I'll take his time like he always does, but we will see at least a 4-bet, if not a shove. With his stack, it may well be a shove. 4 bets to 1.5 million. Emanating strength. But Peter may not fold his King Jack. Doesn't like folding these kind of hands. But in this case, he feels he should, and it was the right fold. Now we see our prize pool 40,000 with the next finisher on 6,400. And then we see some nice climbs 3,000, 3 again, 5, 7, and 15. Often we get a deal in these kind of tournaments at the Banco Masters. We'll get possibly a 3, possibly 4-handed deal, smooth out the money and play for 10% of what's left and the trophy, of course. Ace-5 suited, nice connected suited hand. Raises to something like 450 probably. 425. Christian may not know it, but his ace-7 is actually ahead. How's he going to play it? Decided to raise. Three bets with 1.1 million. Now tricky spots here for the ace-5 suited. But he is short stacked, Javor. Probably gets a fold if he shoves. But tricky spot, very tricky with your short stacked. Still only an ace, albeit a suited connected one. Mayfield is up against a bigger ace, which he is, although not that much bigger. Split pot possibilities with these kind of hands. Let's see what you're made of, son. That's a very nervous body language going on. And folds. Nice play by Christian. Did raise with the better hand and but a dangerous ace-5 suited to fold. Well played. Raise with the ace-9 suited. Will Peter want to see a flop with 4s? Will he want to re-raise? Just taking the conservative option, calling with his pair, looking to set mine, hoping to pick up a set of 4s against what's likely to be a bigger ace. This time Edmundo has ace-queen. How's he going to play this? Pretty sure he'll be Free betting with this. Something like 1.4 million. $1.5 in fact, so it's pretty close. 1.5 million puts a lot of pressure on the ace-9 and the fours, but either player can do anything here. Sensible fold, sensible fold. Well played, Abundo, securing his second place on the leaderboard. Interesting opportunity there. Refused on the button with the 5-3 suited. I do like a raise with that hand. If you get re-raised, fair enough. You have to fold, but it's disguised because it does look like you've got a kind of king-jack and above. And it's a nice low flop or a connected suited flop and can pick up some big pots. Mundo flat calling with 4-3, and I think we're going to see a raise with the ace-king from Jan. Bit of chat. Mundo trying to get a read from him. Folds his 4-3 offsuit. Peter raising with the king-jack and called by the king-2. Hit his second pair with a jack and king-2 held by Yavor has hit nothing. Oh, Peter's playing this cute, slow playing it. Still nothing for drawing dead, basically. So I don't think he's going to get called, even if he does bet now. Peter going to make a smallish bet into the pot, probably 400-500 into 1.2. 600, a bit bigger than I thought, but he feels more confident now that his jack is winning. Javor sizing up a move here. He's not been too brave so far. No, he's sizing up a fold, as per usual. Here we can see our leaderboard. We have 70 big blinds with our chip leader Jan, his neighbour Edmundo on 50, then 3 mid-table, and we now have a short stack on seat 3 with Javor, who unfortunately has had to fold a lot of hands that he's been faced with raises or bets. Christian, solid mid-table at the moment. Always thinks about it, takes his time. Very disciplined poker player. 9-7 suited. Oh, can't be folding those hands. Those are premium. Suited connectors. Oh, please. See, look. Jan's raising with a 9-8 offsuit. A worse hand than 9-7 suited. Are we going to see some action here with a Jack-10 dominating the 8-9? He doesn't know it, but it's a playable hand, but he folds instead. And now the big blind has an ace. May not want to fold an ace. Peter. No, he doesn't. Quite right, too. Peter's hit his 2 with the ace-2 up against 8-9. Got a gut shot now along with his pair of 2s. Must be feeling fairly confident. Doesn't need to bet it, but probably will. 8-9 drawing pretty thin, folds. So we're looking for our next clash between 2 players with big hands. Or 2 players that have both hit flops, that kind of thing. Not had one for a while. Nice little hand, Jack-10 with our chip leader Jan. He's been raising worse hands most of the night. Getting away with most. However, King-Queen may be too big. Yep, it's all in. If he gets called by Jack-10, then Jan is going to be in a good position to double up, but he will be at risk. There's a king gone. Probably feels he has to call. Yep. Knows he's behind. You can get lucky. Let's see how Jan's luck is holding. He's been playing very well. He did lose 1 pot against Edmundo earlier, but I think once he's raised, has to call the short stack there. Let's see if the Jack-10 can get lucky, and if he does, we will lose our 6th play finisher. He's hit a 10, but the king has also hit the flop. Both hit part of this flop, although the first card we saw was a 10. So the king is ahead at the moment. Our short stack is looking to double up here. So only a 10 or a jack. Actually, no, that's no good because the king would have 2 pairs. So That 5 is a nice bit of protection, and the short stack has doubled up. Mundo with ace-10 suited, certainly going to see a raise. Been min raising nearly every hand he has played. Now we're down to the blinds. Christian will fold his Jack-4. And big blind. Wow, might get in trouble here with the ace-9. See how he plays it. Pretty sure we're going to get a call. Might even get a raise. No, just sensible approach, just calling. So split pot possibilities, but the ace-10 of Edmundo dominating the ace-9. There's your split pot possibilities. Tamas does have the backdoor flush draw, but he won't know it. Very small bet by Edmundo. Suspiciously small. Representing the king, it's so small. May actually make the ace-9 fold. Could be a good play. Doesn't know it, but his ace-10 is winning. Yeah, that's a lovely bet. Really cute. It's so small, it looks very, very strong. We can see our next Banco Casino Masters 170 buy-in in October, the 2nd to the 9th of October, 250 guaranteed, which is what we're playing at the moment. Great value for those interested in playing, and that's in between so many other fantastic festivals and poker weeks coming up here at the Banco Casino. Peter raising with an ace-7 offsuit. The blinds have gone up to 100, 250, so it puts extra pressure on the shorter stacks. big blind Edmundo with 9-3 offsuit. Don't think he's going to defend with that. Edmundo getting adventurous now, raising his small blind with 7-4 offsuit, hoping Jan doesn't have a hand. First raise in this kind of position, showing a bit more flair, but the King 9 is going to have a look. However, he does have the advantage of making the first move, can certainly represent an ace, or of course hit around his 7-4. That's it, nobody. So Edmundo should be betting here, really. He was the initial aggressor. It's a nothing kind of flop. And a bet will probably work. And if you check, you're just showing weakness. But Edmundo's a good player. He'll know this. Lovely play. Really good. He's here to win. I love it. Excellent poker there from my Austrian friend. Excellent. And Jack suited raised by Peter. Solid fold with the King 10. Round to the blinds. Only a big blind to get through. With 6-4 offsuit, he's likely to pick up this pot, and does. Nice pretty jack-8 suited, but Mundo decides to fold. In a strong position at the moment, doesn't need to get too much out of line. 9-8 offsuit on the button. Min raise to 500. Or is it 6? 500. Pair of twos for Peter. How is Peter going to play this? So far, I think most of what I've predicted. Actually thought he might push with it. Did think that, but he beat me to it. It's really good play with a pair of twos. It's still very hard to call. And he also knows that his opposition there has folded to nearly every raise so far. Good play with a pair of twos. He's a very interesting player, Peter. Tricky to play against, and certainly very surprising with his plays. Mr. Yankov still our short stack, but not far behind the two other players. And Edmondo has actually gone into the lead ahead of Jan. They're both similar chip stacks, so all to play for. Raise with the ace-6. Edmondo on the big blind, so we have small blind and big blind action. I don't know his hand, but he's certainly considering how to respond. Looks like it's going to be a big raise. This is lovely play, whatever he's got. Very hard for ace-6 to continue here. It is small blind against big blind, getting in a lot of trouble playing these kind of hands, especially when you're the small blind and you're out of position. Unless you have a premium, and ace-6, my friends, is not a premium. I think we all know that one. Wow. Fantastic play, though. Pushes all in. Not because he had the a6, because he thought he'd get it through, and he certainly did. Edmundo tried to fight back there, and small blind, big blind action always often ends up with a casualty, or at least one, usually one. And it's fantastic play there by Tamas, a Hungarian player in seat 6. Really good play. Very good poker. This time, Ace King raise, hoping to be raised himself, or at least called. Playable hand Jan has 9-6. Already got 300 in. Cost him another 300 to call. Nope. So the Ace King gets through, and the short stack increases a little from his shorter stack. When they're raising on the button with 10-9 to 700k, he's got it through the small blind, just the big blind to go, 9-6. Probably not going to see anything there, and a fold. Raise for the 8s. At the moment, no resistance. Peter has a suited mid-king. He does like them. So I did expect a call with the king 7. So if he can spike a king or a flush draw. He spiked a king. He's going to look to trap here. Yep, he is. I'm sure we're going to see a Tamas follow-up bet. This is lovely play by Peter. He really is playing this final table very, very well. He started off as the shortest stack and has built and built his stack, and now is in a position to win this tournament. This is lovely play. Just calling. He's got top pair. Hasn't got much of a kicker. No help for either player. Peter going to check again. He is. And sensible play. The ace may well, and a heart. So we've got hearts. We've got an ace. And I think the king will take this down. Unless Tamas has a way of representing that ace or a straight. He's going to give it a go. It's got to be a big bet, though. I'm not sure that's going to be big enough. It's about half the pot. This will test Peter, but I'm pretty sure he's going to call this. Oh, wow. Wow. Again, he has surprised me. So great play there by Tamas, representing the ace or the heart. Either way, representing the winning hand. Fantastic. And we're going to have a change of dealer. Our new leaderboard is showing Edmundo now with a slight lead over Jan. Very close behind is Peter, now on third place, despite folding that last pot that he was winning on. Peter will be raising here with his Queen Jack offsuit. Small blind, big blind. Are we going to see a clash of the hands? Christian. Playable 10-5 suited. Doesn't even need to do anything, as Peter just flat called with his Queen Jack. So he gets to see a free flop. Might as well take that free flop. What can he hit? Nothing. Queen top pair is hit. Peter has hit a lot of top pairs in this final table. Sometimes he's bet it, sometimes he's check called and got in trouble. This time, though, he is leading off, and he should be. That 9 has made a few connected hands, but I don't think Peter's going to slow down. We're seeing a strong bet coming in. Christian only has a gut shot draw with his 10. Can only hit an 8 to take this pot down. As he's considering playing back and representing a queen, but he may. Peter folded the last one when he was winning, although that was second pair. No, sensible option to fold. A short stack with ace-9. Raising. This time Peter will be folding. So will Christian. Tamas now on the big blind. He's got king-9. Most circumstances a very playable hand, but unfortunately for him, he's up against ace-9. He's fairly dominated, but totally understand the call here. I'm going to be folding king-9 on the big blind to a min-raise very often. Both players missed. This hand could go to the aggressor. Certainly Tamas has shown some good skills in that regard. Let's see what he does now. Nice little bet on a very dangerous board. Well, okay. Immediate raise. This is a very good standard of poker here. Firstly, to bet it. Secondly, to min raise and show real strength. Is Tamas going to call that bluff? No, he isn't. That's wonderful. Well played. That was a lovely pot there for our shorter stack, Yavor Yankov from Austria. Jan raising with the ace-5 in early position. As Edmundo got a hand in the big blind, he does not. So early aggression with a connected ace paying off for Jan. Peter now getting more adventurous with his ranges. Queen 8s, the King 9s, the King 8s. He loves raising with them and then playing post flop. That seems to be his style. Doesn't like the small aces, folds them. Here we see our leaderboard much closer at the top now. 3 players all within touching distance, and the next 3 not far behind. This really could go in any direction. One big hand between 2 players could make all the difference. And 3-2 offsuit, probably not the one. Christian now with an ace-8, mid position. Getting raising chips. Edmundo with the same hand, but on the button. How's he going to play it? He's just going to call. He usually takes the sensible, conservative kind of option. Doesn't like playing risky poker or pressure poker. So both have the same hand, and both have the same flush draws, with Christian with the nut clubs and Edmundo with the nut diamonds. I think there's not going to be an awful lot of action here, and they will split the pot. Christian in early position with an ace-jack. Certainly see a raise here. Does Edmundo want to have a look with an ace-4 suited? He does not. Lots of low connectors. Folding round. Peter, 5-3. Nope. And ace-jack wins with an early raise. Edmundo raising with his 10-6 suited to 600. Not been that active, so we'll get respect. One of our chip leaders now, though, with an ace. Doesn't like folding aces, but this case he folds. Christian, though, has a decent ace, an ace-9, and he's already got chips invested. I can see at least a call, if not a 3-bet. So 2 to a flop. Ace-9 is top pair. Christian, and a gut shot to a 7. Except there are 2 clubs there. Backdoor diamonds. Now Edmundo is taking the lead with a 10, and he has a gut shot. He's batting it. How is Christian going to feel about this with his ace-9? A few hands have been completed with the 8-9-10. Straights. Queen-jack, certainly. 2 pair possibilities as well. And as we can see, he could be losing to the 10, which is why Edmundo has bet the turn. So I don't know if he's going to be too active here. We'll see what Christian feels about it. Can never predict what a player is going to do. So he's still fairly confident about his 9, or looking to hit an ace or another 9. Now 8 probably means Christian will make another call, but I could see this going check, check. There's enough in the pot already for both players. Blinds are pretty strong. Edmundo may feel he's ahead, but it's not a great card for him. Probably just turn his hand over. Take it down. Well done. Edmundo increasing his chip lead now. Edmundo from Austria increasing his chip lead. Peter raising on the button with Jack 9. Has Tomas got anything to resist? Doesn't look like it. So button raise will take the pot down. Pair of sixes. I think we've got 600 raised. Might be 7. 600. Tomas with 2 overcards, but there's no way he can know that. Big blind for old Edmundo, Jack 2, showing the rubbish hand. Ivor raising with his king-queen offsuit. Raise the last hand as well. May get some opposition. This time Peter has the sixes. How's he going to play it? Folds it. He's a very surprising player. How are you folding a pair six-handed? He shoves with king 8 and folds sixes. Okay. I must read his book, but it's very effective. However one feels about it, he is moved up that leaderboard. Certainly an effective post-flop player, but some of his pre-flop decisions have been very strange. King 9-3. Maybe he knew a king was coming. See if he knows anyone in the card reading department, RFID, and we got a line to him. He just knows when to fold and knows when to call. Amazing. So follow through here with the top pair, takes it down. Peter raising with the king queen. Mundo considering his options with the 6-4 off. I think this is just Hollywood, really. Wow. Okay. Could get in trouble here. Making a big play, and he has chosen his target very well. He very good observer of the table, and he has made a move on a very strong hand, but a weak player. So Peter folding the king queen without even thinking about it against Edmundo's 4-6 suited. Excellent play. Christian in early position with the ace. Jack is under the gun, but he has a big ace. Ace Jack has got through. Raised with ace-8 suited by Edmundo, our chip leader. Jan coming back at him with 1.7 million, and we could have a car crash here because seat 3, one of our shorter stacks, not that short, has got a pair of 10s. He's been very fearful up until now. Let's see if he can do something with this pair of 10s. A very nervous poker player. I think we all know what he should be doing with it, not just because we can see the cards. It's a great opportunity to pick up 3 million pot. Wow, wow, he is so fearful. I'm going to say now that he's not going to win this tournament. I'm going to put my cards on the table, and anyone that plays this, they're scared, really. It's very hard to win tournaments. You need to have some spirit, some strength. Mundo trying to get a read of his neighbor. It's not. We've only seen him get out of order one hand, and no one else saw it. So I favour the fold, and that's what he's done.
I think Liam Livingston probably felt like he was running out of.
Yeah, and this time with a premium hand, pair of queens rather than his normal ace 9, ace 10. Coming in for the raise. Oh, Peter could be in trouble here. He's got jacks, and he isn't fearful like his neighbour. I think we will see a 3-bet, and we will see a response. This could be serious trouble for one of the players, but I think more for Peter. To 1.5 million. And now Edmundo with ace king. Oh, wow. Every player has a right to be all in here. This could be really interesting. Are we going to see 3 all-ins with ace king against queens against jacks? Well, he's certainly seen 1 all-in. Now, what does Jan do with his queens, and what does Peter do with his jacks? Wow, what a hand. Jan was not expecting that. He was expecting the raise, but not the shove. That's put him on the back foot now with his queens. This is a tough spot. This is a potentially tournament-winning hand. If all 3 players are in and 1 player wins, for the ace-king, they will be in a massive position to win this tournament. This is huge. I don't envy Jan and Peter's decisions here. Edmundo in a great spot. He's got a raise, a re-raise, and he looks down and sees ace-king. Perfect hand for shoving with here. Unlucky if he's up against kings or aces, or if he gets called by queens or jacks and he doesn't hit his ace or king. It's a great spot to pick up a big pot. There's 14 million in already. 2 million courtesy of the 2 players at risk. Edmondo covers them. I think Jan will probably fold. It's a tough spot for him. He's got another player behind him. Queens are a vulnerable hand, albeit that they are the fourth best hand. Tricky. Very tricky. Honestly feel there's no right or wrong here. This is not a black or white situation. If you feel it, you'll go with it. If you feel your queens are winning, you'll get it all in. If you feel it's just the wrong time and the wrong spot, you'll fold it. Either way, Edmondo has played this hand as well as you can. Doesn't mean he'll win it, but he's played it very well. And the queens fold has to put one of them on a bigger pair. And the jacks fold. Wow, Edmondo, fantastic timing, great play. Picks up 2 million, 2.5 million there. And still had overcards. So had one of them called, he still had a good shout. Great hand. Peter raising with the Queen 9 offsuit. Edmundo with a very pretty Ace 4 suited. He only has 100k in at the moment. Decides against playing it. Does not call. But Jan calls with a Queen 6 suited. He's dominated by the Queen 9 unless clubs come. Sorry, spades. Which they don't. 8-8-5. Lots of split pot possibilities here. Good aggression there by Peter. Wins the hand. Peter raised his last Queen Jack and is raising this one. This time Christian has him dominated with King Queen suited. I'm pretty sure we'll see a re-raise, maybe to 1.5 million. Tends to be the 3-bet amount. He's decided against the raise and just shoved with King Queen. And it's unlikely to be called. I don't think even Peter will call with Queen Jack here. However, Ace 2 suited. Wow, Ace 2 suited against the same suit, King Queen. If he could see his opponent's hand, Which, of course, he can't. I think we're going to go on a break, guys. We will see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are six-handed at the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava. 6 players left, 40,000 euros up the top, and our next player out will go home with 6,400. Here we see our players stacked from originally third, fourth, right up to the top of the leaderboard with 14 million. 3 in the middle, 4 in the middle, all vying for second place. And Christian is now our shorter stack, but he still has 17 big blinds. So everyone has playable stacks. Again, this could go either way, but the blinds are starting to get pretty high. 150, 300 for the next session. That's pretty strong blinds. And there's our payouts, as I have just said. It's interesting. Jan has moved around to what was seat 1, even though he's still seat 8. He's sitting on the left-hand side of the table as opposed to the right. Very interesting. Still in the same position, relatively speaking, but I've not seen people just shuffle around. But doesn't really affect play. Edmundo's lost his neighbour, but can get a better read. He's our chip leader as we start our next session. And raising on the button with 7-5 offsuit. This time, will we see play back at him by Yavor, who's been very conservative, but this time, at least we're seeing a call with a pair of sixes. So we've got 7-5 against sixes. But if high cards come, I would think Jan in position will take this down. Not a bad flop for either player. Gut shot, but needs a 6 for the 5-7. And sixes with second pair. It hasn't changed much. We're going to see a bet with the sixes. Jan just folds, doesn't want to take him on. And Yavor takes a small pot. Our chip leader raises with ace queen suited. Just small and big blind to get through. And I think Christian is going to defend with Jack 7. Maybe I'm wrong. He does indeed defend with his Jack 7. We're going to a flop. There's nearly 2 million in the pot already. 10, 8, 10 for the Jack 7. Nut flush draw with 2 overcards for Edmundo. Edmundo betting his nut flush draw with 2 overs. Jack 7, though, has a gut shot. May not want to fold. How is Christian going to play this? Looks like he's making the move. And Edmundo folds his nut flush draw on that raise. That surprises me. Didn't even think about it. Oh no, sorry, I apologise. He's gone all in, and Christian has just folded. So great play there by Edmundo. It was a raise, a big raise. Couldn't actually see that, and lovely play by Edmundo there, securing his chip lead. Peter on the button with a Jack 2 offsuit is raising. Christian short stacked. He only has 2 million. May feel he needs to make a stand here with his Ace 7. Yes, indeed, he does all in, and Peter will have to fold his Jack 2. Has any kind of hand? No. And fold. So picks up a small pot, but a good one.
Dwa pas. 3 pas. Четыре рейс. 600. 5 pas. 6 pas.
All the time against you, no hand, my friend. Yeah,
7 pas.
one is okay, but show the other one.
Три pas. 4 pas.
This time Christian with ace-5 suited, still short. Only 11 big blinds. Yep. So the shove might happen there. Anyone got any kind of hands to resist him with?
Два pas.
Takes another pot.
Bananen. 500.
4 pas. 5 pas.
Tamas raising with the ace-6 offsuit. Edmundo with ace-9 suited though. Tricky position, not an automatic anything. Got the chip lead though. He's a very aggressive player,
7.
and I think he's pushed all in.
Два pas.
On the a6, will have to fold.
3 pas.
Great play on the final table by Edmundo, really showing how to. Tamas is buying a bit of time, but I think even he knows he will be folding.
6-4.
Nice pot again for Edmundo, who is here we see our VPIP ratings, which is like an aggression rating, and Peter is by far and away in front with 3 very similar, and our least aggressive player is Tamas.
Пять пас. Шесть пас.
Edmundo with 8-7 suited,
750.
making a raise.
Садимся в позицию.
Looks like he's going to get it through Jan. What has our small blind got?
3 пас.
Peter on the big blind. Needs a pretty big hand to call. Well, he's got a good hand, ace-10 offsuit. Will he consider it big enough? Certainly to call. I think the answer is yes.
I'm sure you
And
will.
then we're going to see a flop.
4 фола.
Nothing there for Peter. And Edmundo, our chip leader, has hit the 7. Probably will bet this, either feeling his 7's good or repping better than what he has. Peter's been surprising, but he folds this time.
Raise 6, 600. 7 pass.
Jan's picked up a premium hand and a pair of 10s. It's been raised by one of our shorter stacks. He only has 23 big blinds himself. He had 86 big blinds at one point, Jan, towards the beginning of this tournament. Has not been that active and has lost a couple of big pots to Edmundo. All in with the 10s.
3 pass.
Is he going to get called? Are we going to see a race here? 2 overcards against 10s. Wow, Christian's got queens. He can't fold this here, not with his short stack. He's even shorter than Tamas. Cannot see a fold here, but he takes his time. He's working out his equity. Also, there's an ICM consideration here in terms of moving up the ladder. So it's not an automatic shove. We know he's ahead, but he doesn't know that. Could be up against Ace King, or in this case, I still expect him to get the chips in here. I'd be surprised if he folds. I could see a couple of others folding this, but not him.
Let's go.
And Jan is going to see the bad news. He started as chip leader, and if he loses this pot, will be very much. He'll lose half his stack. Backdoor clubs, but not in too much danger at the moment. Should be a double up here for Christian. Another club. He's got running clubs or a 10 to knock Christian out. Can he hit a club or a 10? Oh, close.
I so black. I so black. I said, oops. Right?
Sorry guys, no pay jump. I know you wasn't rooting for me, but I wouldn't either. It's alright.
Kann jeder sein. Außer Eddie. Eddie ist nicht. Auch möglich. Alles möglich. Aber ich hätte die Hand jetzt gewonnen, by the way. Im Kliniker. Aber das geht nicht. Kann man nicht.
Пойдем-то. Два пас. 3 рейс. 6.
Raise with ace jack. Win raise to 600, blinds 150, 300. Christian with another big hand. He's got kings. He'll certainly be raising, but he likes to take his time. I love the way he plays. Very considered, takes his time, thinks about it. Very hard to read that way. I'm not sure ace jack with only 18 big blinds can fold here. And Christian is back in up the leaderboard and does cover the ace jack. We're going to see a raise. Of hands that people have 4-bet him with. Well, in this case, 3-bet. He's only ever going to call with aces. He just folded every single combination, and he's folding again. I mean, in this case, it's the right fold. But in this case, definitely the right fold, but he's folded an awful lot of other ones where it's not necessarily the right fold.
Dwa pas. 3 pas. City raise 600. Пять pas. Шесть raise all in. 7 pas.
King Jack pushing all in. Peter folds.
You can fold and cut though, it's not a big problem. Trust me, nobody did that.
Mundo picking up how many times he folds a raise. Good work there.
You're making the other people stronger. I mean, 10 is not good.
10 cut off, we must open. Cut off.
Who says that?
I say that.
Then it's okay. Then you can also open 3 deuce.
No,
It's the same.
I'm folding.
Три pas. 4 pas.
So, let's see if we can have a pay jump now.
Christian with Jack 8 suited. Late position in the cutoff. He
Alright,
folds.
pot commander has
Very solid play here by Christian. Maximised his big hands and not risked too much with medium hands, mediocre hands.
7 raise all in.
Mundo pushing with King 10 against the short stack. Massive pressure there. Love the play. And 3-2 folding. So perfect play there by Edmundo. He really is dominating this final table.
Sooner or later it will happen. But I think now will happen, battle of the blinds. You push very light now. With every hand. I will limp now. Strategy change.
Edmundo telling everyone his strategy. He's going to limp now, knowing that the shorter stacks will push.
4 raise 600.
Every time on the
Peter raising with 10s, looking to trap again. I thought that last time and he folded, so I might be wrong.
You lost against Mahomes.
6 pas.
You know why? Because Mahomes is better.
Edmundo may want to see a flop with an ace.
Okay, Peter.
7 pas.
May not.
Actually, it's Seattle Seahawks.
You see it?
Yeah.
Ah, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, I was looking like.
But you are like second person that made this mistake in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Not sure why.
Seattle Seahawks. Okay.
And we can see that we have
You are
pre-flop raising,
NFL?
Yeah, yeah.
and
I
Peter
always bet on it.
definitely the highest there. I'd like to see the figures on the fold to the 3-bet. It'll be highest on that one, I think.
When I started watching it, didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Before I was thinking it's just some weird game, but then like it's
The same,
really,
yeah.
really great game.
Very good, yeah. I agree fully.
Just pass один пас.
Whatever.
Два резали.
26, 25.
Три пас. Четыре пас.
Better than me. I thought to open by this guy. He will make trouble.
And this time raising with 10s, shoving with his short stack and getting it through. Samas with 8-6 suited. Nice hand to raise with
Just pass один пас.
when you rep a bigger hand. Decided against it though. Jan with a suited king and only 11 big blinds. Late position, 3 players to get through. Does he want to give it a go?
Два резали.
And he certainly does.
Три пас.
Jack 9 folds. Peter has king queen suited though. He should be calling here. Getting a count, 3.4 million. He really should be calling with king queen suited. There's some chips in the pot already. That's a big hand. He's going all in. Well played.
Четыре резали.
His poker instincts have been very good. And Jan, our chip leader at the beginning of this tournament,
Only call.
is the at-risk player with a inferior hand. He needs to see hearts or a 6 to stay in this tournament. Otherwise, we'll see our 6th place finisher. King 6 suited against King Queen suited. 75-25 in terms of equity. There's a king. And there's a 6. King 6 takes the lead. Poor old Peter. He's made the right call. Oh dear. And this could be a double up for Jan. Back in the game at 7 million. 15 million in the pot. 15 million. Only or a 7. Queen or a 7. Will be a counterfeit to the kings and 6s. Let's see where we go. Four is no good, so the king 6 will double up. Jan doubles up there against king queen. I'm not sure the rest of the table appreciate that, but good double up for him. Board with Edmundo massively out in front, more than double second place. And we've got 3 players under 20 big blinds. And now Peter Jesko is the player at risk with under 10 big blinds. And we have a dealer change. There's the banner for the festival, 500,000 guaranteed main event, 550 buy-in, and that will be at the end of November. Great event, the festival. I'll be playing the whole week back here at the Banco Casino. Been in Nottingham, been in Tallinn, and back at the Banco in Bratislava.
7 pass. Два pass. 3 pass. 4 резолы. 5 pass. 6 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Ой.
4 резолы. 3.2.
Peter's in trouble here. He's raising all in with King Queen. Christian will shove with his Ace King, but he does take his time, as mentioned before. He will definitely be in this pot, and King Queen will most likely be Peter's out hand, having lost a big pot previously. I think he knew it when he turned his King Queen over, that he was in trouble one way or other. Probably the worst hand he's seeing, Ace King. $7.2 million in the pot. Are we going to see another escape by a short stack? Diamonds favouring Christian. Pretty well only a queen. And now only 2 queens in the deck, because the Queen of Diamonds will give Christian a flush. So there we go. And we lose our 6th place finisher. So he's played a very eccentric game, but certainly a brave game. And our Slovakian Peter Jesko leaves in 6th place. and takes home 6,400 euros. And we are down to 5 here at the Banco Casino Masters. This time, Ace King for Yavor. Raises to 650. Let's see if he can trap one of the other players. Even he will not be folding this. Is Mondo going to make a move here? Looks like it's 3 players to the flop, and the Jack 9 of Jan is winning this against the Ace King. Wow. Check, check. 2 diamonds now for the Ace King. Down to 3 jacks for Jan. May want to bet this. $600. 2 diamonds, 2 overcards. Oh, that is no good. The jack is still winning. Lovely weighted bet, 1.1 million. He's only got 2 overcards. Not sure what he's thinking here. He's folded hands earlier when he was ahead. This is going to be a hero call and a half. You may just feel that he's fed up of folding. But you've got to get rid of that thought, son. This time it's the right fold. Yep, I played. Bundo with the ace king, the big slick. Jan folds. It's 9-10. Christian getting sticky with an 8-9 offsuit. Still got 30% equity. But the ace hits with a king kicker. It's a pretty good hand. Pretty sure everyone c-betting this and take it down. Raised by Jan with a king jack offsuit. Very playable hand on the button, king 8 suited. But Yavoa has played a very tentative game on this final table. Doesn't like getting it in without a big hand. Christian now with a pair of nines. Does cover Jan. I think we can see that if he does raise, he may not get called with a player behind.
Pleasure is all in.
And he has pushed all in, 12 million. Can't see Jan calling with King Jack, although we know it's 2 overcards. Great play there by Christian. He's played this final table very well so far. Was in trouble early on. It's very low stacked, and he has come back.
Pass. Three raise all in. Pet pass. Шесть, 7 pass. Three pass. Pet pass.
All in.
Шесть raise all in. 7 pass.
All in with the ace-2 suited on the button. Will almost certainly get it through, and does so. Now it seems a bit of a push fest. Had 3 or 4 all-ins in the last few hands, and the blinds are pretty high.
Pet pass. Шесть pass.
800.
7 raise 800. 800. Два pass.
Window raises with the Queen-3 offsuit, looking an opportunity to take down a pot, and does so. He's getting a lot of credit on this table, both for his stack and his play.
Шесть pass. 7 pass. Vara is just 600.
Raised on the button with Jack 10. Now for a very playable King 10. Doesn't know it, but he is ahead. Finally, some aggression from this young man. Been waiting quite a long time for it, and because of it, he'll probably win a pot. Jan asking for a count. It's about less than half of his stack. Nice hand to raise with Jack 10, not so nice to call with, especially if you're up against King 10. And he folds. Edmondo with the American Airlines. Makes a small raise. He's hoping to get some opposition here. I don't think he's going to, and he'll probably show it. Is he going to show his aces? Not going to bother. Like it. Very stylish, my friend. We have an interesting matchup here with the ace queen against sevens when it comes back around. Even Edmondo's in with a 6-4. Except the ace has hit. Jan in great position here to win a decent pot. And he's come back from the... He was on 9 big blinds at one point. Come back very well. Gonna bet this. And the ace queen takes it down. How's Christian going to play his Jack 10 suited? He's up against a raise with King 10. He may decide to play this. Who he's up against, who has folded an awful lot to a 3-bet. And he is playing it strongly, as I thought he would. I do like the way this young man is playing the final table. Yet again, putting maximum pressure on a weak player who has folded far too many hands. Folds again. And we see our leaderboard. Edmondo still well in front, 19 million. Christian now on 14 million with some very aggressive plays. And we have two players near the 10 big blind mark. Ace, King 10 flop, 2 diamonds. Can't see Jan's hand, but I suspect he is winning. This time Jack 10 suited in the small blind, taking the plane out of it by shoving. Will Christian go with Queen Jack suited? He's got him dominated. Snap calls, fantastic play by Christian. And this time I think it may be all over for Javor, who has had a very painful final table, to be honest. He's had so many issues, and the other players on the table have picked up on his weakness, and they have re-raised on every possible opportunity. And it could be all over unless he hits a straight or a 10, and he's hit the 10! goodness me. There's been a lot of hands been hit. Jack 10, he's got two pairs now. Only a queen or a king will win the hand for Christian.
Ja, hat viele.
Needs to hit queen or a king, and he doesn't. He doubles up with the worst hand. The worst hand has won a lot of these pots.
Aber ich habe Bube 10. Ja, ich habe Bube 10, er hat Bube Dame. Turn Bube. Also er hat noch ein paar, ich habe mich zu früh gefreut. Bin so verwirrt. Ich brauche noch Bier. Na. So ist noch da, warte kurz.
Kann doch nicht einmal ins Spiel. Das ist so sein.
Poprosím o Red Bull.
Ace 10 here for Christian. Pushing all in, putting maximum pressure on everyone else. Fantastic play here. He's arguably been the player of the tournament, second to Edmondo. In terms of his aggression and his timing, has been excellent. Well played, sir. Queen 8 suited for Jan. Not making a play with a poor hand, out of position. Here's our double up king. He's decided to play his ace 2, he's raising. 650. Christian folds his king 6. And has Edmundo got any kind of hand? Well, he does like this kind of hand. 5, 6, 7, 5, that kind of hand suited. He may want to see a flop with it, and he does indeed do that. So ace 2 against 6, 5 offsuit. The ace is hit with 2 hearts. And immediate fold to the bet.
Ich weiß, dass du das Ass hast, Leute. Jedes Mal kommt das Ass, wenn ich defende. Jedes Mal defende kommt das Ass. Gibt's ja nicht.
Das ist jetzt so schwer.
Wahnsinn, aber es kommt wirklich nicht.
Dobro, čak. 4 manje.
Jo,
Det är space. Tripas.
Ja, mal Pause. Ich kann irgendwie mit Manuel jede Hand drauf machen. Wahnsinn.
Šestak.
you play 7 million or something?
Ja.
1.2.
7 miljoner bästa.
Edmundo using his stack here, raising with the 8-4 suited. I don't think Jan can know that his 10-2 is good. Or is he feeling the draw, Brunson?
Really? It's very late.
Is he feeling the Brunson with the old 10-2 that won the World Series?
We don't need to tank it. Like,
I don't think he was.
you know?
Još big.
Oh man, God.
Kako? Svačka mi zavodio s big blind karti. On zavodio big blind karti.
Trink 2 Schluck und bin schon. Hat jetzt kommt ja.
Onda sam otriskala.
Oli.
Ja.
5.
All in. Okay.
All in from Tamas.
Sezali 5 kart. Sezali 7.
Huh?
Edmundo with Ace Queen. It's going to be hard to fold this. Only 2.4 million to call.
Ich hab die gleiche.
And he has called.
All in call.
And we have a player at risk again.
Šestka na king 7.
6 big blinds.
King spadeovi. Sedmička diamondova.
Kirai nekem. Half down.
King 7 offsuit. Called by Ace Queen. Can Tamas get lucky by hitting a king or a 7? A lot of the inferior hands have won. He isn't so far. It's a good flop for the Ace Queen. Only a king or a 7 will win this. And we lose our 5th place finisher. Tamas, who's fought very well, just short stack quite a lot.
Ja, das war der Plan.
Tamas from Hungary is out, but takes home 8,765, and we are down to 4.
I think you can take a card.
But I cannot or
Jako ještě si jít dotkla, jako víte co, že on je tady hodil, ale jako podle mě jste mohl vzít, ne, zpátky, jako jste si jich nedotkla, vy, no a jako, že to je jedno,
Akože vedel by sme o tom diskutovať určite, hej, že neboli vyslovene v máku
no,
tie
no, no
karty.
právě.
lust irgendwie auf einen Dealer, so das ausrechnen lassen oder was?
Ja, rechnen kann man schon, aber.
Sorry.
Yeah, he was just asking if we can want to deal or to count or something.
Look at the numbers.
Or do you wanna play?
Nog een waterspring. Nog een beetje waterspring.
Edmundo just raising the idea of a deal.
Okay, I don't understand
There's
a little bit.
92,000 in the pot. They would have to play for 10%, 9,000. but that leaves about 80,000 to be distributed. They could all get more than 20,000 each, depending on the split. But we have a nice ace-10 here against Jan. 10 suited, he should be raising or shoving here. Quite a wide range he's going to be up against. Nice 3-bet there to 2 million. An immediate fold. Does the job. Edmundo making all the play here, regardless of his hand. Excellent raise. 8-3. Christian only has queen 2. See him calling here, so this is... He just read the weakness with a flat call and raised. Very good poker player, this young Austrian. Bit too good looking for my front. Hair's too perfect.
Jetzt habt jeder so um die 20.000, aber außer du hast mehr. Falls wir irgendwie so. Ja, das kann auch nicht, die kann nichts dafür. Kann ich nichts dafür. Okay, wenn du deine Meinung änderst, kannst du uns sagen. Mach ich gerne.
Blinds really are quite high now, 200, 400. So it's going to reduce the big blinds all the time. King 10 folds. Christian with an ace-7, four-handed, makes it a lot stronger than when they're eight-handed. 400k to call, but I think we will see a raise. Looks like it's 800. I'm not sure if Christian's going to call with a 9-4. Sorry, he hasn't got the 9-4. He's got Jan's got 10s, and this time it's Christian who probably can't call with an ace-7.
raise 800.
Christian with a very nice ace king offsuit, four-handed, raises to 800. He's hoping to get some action with this. He may well do from the queen jack. It's possible. Trouble is with Yavor calling, his post-flop play has been particularly weak. I can't think he's gonna put any more chips in. Half the pot bet. And takes that pot down.
Yeah, but it's correct move from me.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's correct for me.
Huh? Oh yeah, ICM wise is.
ICM.
That's why if I free bet, everybody's calling.
Yeah.
I thought you have tens and he has something jacks or something. That's why.
He shows the.
Yeah, that's why. But
okay.
But it's similar. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, but maybe it's not good my problem.
Sometimes you can play this, sometimes you can 1 million.
7, raise million.
Rondo raising with the ace-8 suited. Is he going to find any opposition? Certainly won't with jack-9 offsuit. Christian a more playable king-9. And he is live. You considering a raise? Just a call. So we have 2 million in the pot. King 9 offsuit against ace-8 suited. Not too far away from each other. The king has hit. Christian has hit his king. How's he going to play it?
1 million.
7, but
He is trapping. Going to raise now, or is he going to flat call? The risk there is that the board develops or an ace falls. Flat call, he's looking to trap Edmondo. This could make a big difference to the final outcome of this tournament. If it gets bigger, ace-8 still missing. Is he going to follow through with a bet? I think we'll see Christian check. Yep, we will. Is Edmondo going to try and force his way through, or does he believe the king?
2 million.
7, but 2 million.
2 million is the bet. It's a big bet. And now is Christian going to put the hammer down? Does he believe his king 9 is winning? And only really losing to ace king with the pre-flop aggression. I like this. He's just flat calling. Edmundo is drawing to an ace. This could be a big pot for Christian. As he puts him on ace jack.
Check, 7 check, showdown. 9.
Sorry.
Edmundo very unhappy with the way he's played that hand. He's been called all the way and Christian played it beautifully. So we now have a new chip leader.
Pelo não agressivo spin. Mesmo pelo não agressivo spin.
Edmundo very unhappy there. Believes he was outplaying and got outplayed himself. Pair of fours against Christian, who's now taken the chip lead in this final table with 4 left. 40k up the top. Very disciplined, organised player. There's a raise coming in. It's going to make it very hard for the fours to continue here. And Edmundo is likely to be pushing with the... This could be a big pot. 3 players involved. He won the last one with ace king. We had queens and jacks both folded. He's going to make the same play, I think. 3-handed. Mr. Yankov will fold his fours. So all in there with the ace king, Edmundo. 18 million. It really is all in to call from Christian. We can't see his hand, but he could well have a big pair. 10s, jacks, queens, one of those. If he's got ace queen, he's in trouble. This time he's the one under pressure.
All in call.
Wow. We have an all-in and a call. Two
Mm,
big stacks at the table. They
Swoje
both got the
to
same
taką
hand.
było. Come on that button teraz.
Nines against ace king. Could go either way. So I was half right. I said tens or jacks. So a big call from 15 million is playing 18 million. Edmondo does cover him. This is either a huge double up for the nines or Edmondo will be in position to win this tournament. In fact, either player wins this pot will be massive compared to the other two. Biggest pot of the night. An ace from space has hit the flop. Edmondo, ace king is massive now. Only two nines to hit. Christian has played a fantastic game. Made a very brave call there with nines. I think he knew he was up against at least two overs. Running diamonds, another possibility. Biggest hand of the night at the Banco Masters, only a 9. We will lose him in 4th place. He's come back really well, but we lose him in 4th place. Well played, and he picks up 11,600 euros for the pleasure. Pretty good.
Das ist der größte Flip ever in der Geschichte vom Banco.
Wszystko, możemy posuwać.
So viel Spaß noch, good luck.
Down to 3 players, but one big chip leader who is playing very, very good poker. He's had the right hands at the right times. Tournament director Sue's getting rid of the chairs, make it more comfortable for the final table players. The final 3 here at Banco Casino Masters. 40,000, 24 and 16. There is 80,000 in the pot. They could discuss a deal, which will leave 8,000 to play for.
Not ICM, not ICM. Give me an offer.
But yeah, we can write it so you can see how much it is.
Looks like they do want to discuss a deal.
But we can change ICM, yeah, but we can we have to see it. What offer ICM, and after this we can make some.
Sowieso viel mehr als. No, es ist nicht mehr.
But what would you expect? Yeah.
No, I have 39. I will give something. How much you give me from the 39?
I want to see what offers ICM.
ICM is but you both cannot decide.
I don't say that it will be this ICM deal, but I want to see.
Count it. Let's count it. But ICM is not good for me.
Yeah, sure, it's not good. Okay. Of course.
No.
You have both 10 big ones.
It's not 10.
20, 10.
To widzieć wszystko.
But it's one hand.
Can we make a break?
No,
Let's make a break 10 minutes.
I will prepare the numbers. Idzie spoczytać styki. No, tak aż gdzie są.
We're going to take a break now while there is a deal discussion.
It was not bad for you both.
It's bad. Very
Yeah,
bad.
it's good.
It's very
You
bad.
lose the possibility to win 20,000 when you have three, and
You win the tournament and
And we're back. We're still three-handed.
Yeah, but
Not
you said
sure if a
ICM is
deal
okay then, or what?
has been done.
about our chance we can discuss.
Okay, then let's do ICM. But this
for
is the
me-
numbers, and then we play for 10%.
But
You don't want.
we have the same stakes, so why you get them 3,000 more than me?
No, it's I say ICM and
but-
we play for 10%. The numbers that she said, it's okay then.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I'm okay with ICM deal.
How much you get?
Without changing. No, my se bavíme teda o tom, co jste vypočítala.
It looks like they are still discussing a potential deal. I haven't got information that they've made one, so there was just a kind of 15-minute break while I'm sure they discussed it. Problem is, there's one big chip leader
1,900, right?
with 34 million, and they both have similar stacks
So
of about 16
I win.
big blinds each.
28 to 27, something like it.
That's a very reasonable offer by the sound of it.
He is massive.
Das ist okay, aber wir spielen für die 8.000.
Yeah,
Das ist
yeah,
komplett
yeah,
okay.
yeah, this-
Warte kurz.
Spekulujesz, jak teraz trenał lepszy?
Jo, víte z hlavy, jaký jsou další blindy? 250, 500?
Na, na, get your, jawohl, so. Was?
Aber ich mache ja, also für mich auch.
But okay, ICM and we play for 8,000 around these numbers, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looks like a deal has been made. I'm not quite sure of it. I'm just about to give it to you. So, they all three have a ticket for the Slovak series worth 250 euros if you had it. And the majority obviously is going to the chip leader.
Oh yeah, it was my fault.
Which is Edmundo. Edmund, he is taking. Just getting the information in front of me. 32,440 at the moment. Jan is taking 20,580 and Javor 19,200. So they're both guaranteed roughly 20,000. Edmundo is guaranteed 32, and they are still playing for 8,000 and the trophy. So Edmundo in great position. I'll just post that on the. Posting it on the Facebook chat. Sorry, on the you've got King 9 for just the two short stacks up against each other there.
Alright.
Dvara is all in. 3 pass.
King 7 pushing all in, and now they are taking risks as they have guaranteed payouts of 20k each. They're going to start making moves to try and double up to at least attempt Edmundo's excellent chip lead. Played a very good tournament. And did go down a bit. He went up to second, had a couple of hits, and then beat everyone up basically. He's had a couple of great spots with Ace King. Suited, I expect to shove with this on the button.
Alright.
Dvara is all in.
As expected. Good enough hand, three-way.
Call.
Oh, we have 2 all-ins.
All in pass.
We're going to lose one of our short stacks. Edmundo has got out the way. Ace Jack against Ace 5 suited. I think we're going to be heads up any minute. One player will definitely be either out or crippled. They have virtually the same chip stack. King 6-5, the 5 has hit, and not diamonds. Jan has hit the lot. Only a black jack, or jack of hearts will be, so he's 3 jacks to hit. Can't hit the jack of diamonds, obviously. Now 2 pairs, there is counterfeit possible. But the Ace 5 suited is looking pretty good, and he hits his nut flush. So we have lost a very nervy player, I would say. In Javor, he did very well to get to third. I don't know how he got to third, actually. Got to third and won 20,000 for plus a seat in the Slovak series. Excellent stuff.
So we need to wait 5 minutes break.
Yeah, 5 minutes. And the blinds are going down to half, so it's 30 minutes. No. 30 minutes.
Jo, jasně.
A rozliším, že asi 3-6.
So we're down to 2 places, but money you see is the original money, not the agreed deal. We had 32,000 for Edmundo, and the other 2 round about 20,000 each. Looks like we're on another short break discussion. Be back with you very soon.
No a teraz zase. On vypadal na malom, on bol veľký.
No, tak dám to.
Ja už mám to sortovať.
Teraz to boli o taký veľký najvyšší, ne?
Ja?
Calma. To je jedno posto.
It's still a long process.
Ne, však musia prísť oficiálne. Akože to bola aká rýchlo, hej, dole. Čo už som došla na dostavku a napla som sa do... Ja teraz keď asi porobím.
Som vyhodil. Ideš myšať, čo?
Až teraz?
Ja neviem, koľko hodín.
25.
To mala 10 minút byť.
To dobre, že si to, čo si začal? Počkaj sa.
Ja som to začal však.
At this point, there were too much chips. So, ready?
Yes. Good luck, all the best.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Spýtaj sa ich, či sú ready?
Môžeme?
You cannot change this
Možno.
For what?
but
It has
a
a
lot. But really, trust me, it will be long.
To je za
Koľko
alkohol.
je Big Blind?
Je to konia?
Konia.
My s nimi máme partnerstvo, že
Aha, jasne.
na všetky tieto veľké. Tu. Rum.
Na všech turnají to dostávavíte? Nebo?
Nie na všetkých, iba
Na
na
niektorých.
eventoch.
Jako
na
tady
všetkých
těch vícedenních.
Tak.
Jako, jasně. Jo, tak jsem to
Jsme ready?
myslel.
Áno.
Jo,
Aj
to
chlapci
vím,
sú
že...
ready?
Dvojka je 14,5 a sedmička
33 200.
33,200.
So you have double my... Oh,
14.5
14.
and 33.2.
OK.
Okay guys, good luck.
Dvojka Big Blind.
good luck.
How much I have more? You have 14?
14,5 and 33.2.
Almost 3 times, as I said.
Oh, it's not...
Yes,
it's two.
almost.
Oh.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
Yeah.
Always,
Sorry.
I'm small one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And your turn. Sedem kol. Dvaček. Dvaček.
500.
7 bet 500. 2 pas.
Heads up, we play with 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dva kol. 7 ček.
Check.
7 ček. 2 ček. Sedem ček. 2 ček.
So we're now heads up.
Check. No, bet 600.
Jan is reading the room and betting with his 10.
7.
And a good fold by Edmundo. So there is a chance for Jan to come back. He started this final table as chip leader, went down, right down to the bottom of the pile, and threw a good double up against the other shorter stack. Is now back in the game. 40 million against 80 million. So it's 2-1 on Edmundo. They're playing for €8,000 and the trophy. Edmundo with 10-9 heads up. Not a bad hand. I'm sure we'll see a raise.
7 raise.
Very
7
good.
million.
He's playing some great poker here. Jack 3 suited may well call.
Call.
Jan understands that the ranges are very much wider when heads up. Edmundo's hit his 10. He'll be betting it. He will know that if Jan had an ace or a decent ace,
7 million.
he would have re-raised. So great play there by Edmundo. Understood the situation and raised. Raise with the 7-6 suited. Edmundo putting the pressure. And ace jack heads up. Very, very strong hand. Raise with a king 6 offsuit by Edmundo. He's keeping the pressure on. 7-8. Neither have hit the flop, but the king is ahead. Probably follow suit. Put the pressure on, see where he is. Jan will probably fold because he's not really got any equity there. No draws. Jack 6 against king 8 suited. Edmundo calling with a weaker hand, but it is heads up. Anything can happen. There's 2 million in the pot.
Check.
And something has happened. The Jack 6 is winning. Jan will be following through with a C bet. And I would think there will be a raise here from Edmundo.
Sedem all in.
Maximum pressure. He's assuming he hasn't got a 3 because of the raise.
But you cannot call. This is the problem.
Excellent pressure. And even a commentary. Yes, I love that. He's a very good player. He's a very nice guy as well. I've played maybe 4 or 5 times with him in the Banco Casino, and I've enjoyed playing with him. He's fun, he's cheeky, and he's a very good reader of the game. You could argue he deserves this title, but anything can happen at this point.
Poczekaj.
1.2.
Raise. 1,207,000. You have to cut all the money because
sorry.
you... 1,200. Pass.
I don't know the name. Really.
Raise 802. Sedem call.
At 8-9 offsuit against King 9 offsuit.
Check.
King 9 has a gut shot, and 8-9 has the same gut shot, but is the bottom end of it. If the 10 comes,
Bet. 6.
Edmundo is in trouble.
Sedem call.
He really needs to hit his 8. That's about it. In bad shape against the King 9. Even the clubs favour Jan. The 9 high flush draw against the 8. So only 2 checks, 7. Now the King 9 prevails. Whether he knows that or not is another thing.
1 million.
Sedem bet.
Edmundo betting. Will Jan hero call with a king? What does he put Edmundo on? A flush was made on the turn. There's misdraws. 10-9. Is he putting him on a queen or a jack? Or an ace-7 potentially? No, he isn't. Good fold.
Raise million. Call.
This is a nice matchup. 8-9 suited against ace-jack. Neither player hit. Backdoor flush for Edmundo. Both checking. Gut shot, straight draw for Jan. He wants to protect this and represent a lower hand and has done well to take that pot down.
First hand.
You should push pre-flop. That was very strong.
Eh? I cannot.
Yeah. Ace jack and heads up is very strong.
Yeah, I agree.
But if you're not eating, I thought you would push, that's why. Waiting for you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, give me also a walk, it's not a problem. Really?
Walk for 800.
Really? Not a problem.
Edmundo teasing Jan here, saying he doesn't mind, he'll get it in. Queen 7 offsuit against 8-7. What a flop for 8-7. He's hit the nuts. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with an up and down for Jan. This could be all over too aggressively. Edmundo has the absolute nuts. There is a backdoor flush draw for Jan. Edmundo does not want to see an 8. He's got the backdoor flush draw. It's a dangerous board now. I think Edmundo should be betting this strong. So up and down and flush draw for Jan. He's checked to see what he does. Is he going to raise him? And all in and a call. It could be all over unless we see a heart or a split pot with an 8. Wow, backdoor hearts for Jan. Backdoor straight. Well, up and down actually. Only the 8 would do though. The lower card, the 3 would be no good. And the 3 is no good. The 7-8 wins, and we have a winner, a deserved winner of the Banco Casino Masters. Jan, unhappy with second, but he played very well. Started with a chip lead, ended up with second place in 20,000. And add the 8,000 onto the 32, we still have 40,000 for our winner, Edmundo. Played a fantastic second half of the final table. Ace King twice at the right time, at the right place, and an excellent win. I will bid you good night to all of you YouTubers out there, and they will also have a €250 Slovak Series seat. It's JJ Hazan wishing you all good night. And
Ale ten film to
oni otočili finálovú fotku a cez celý ksík proste všade úplne že projektor. Ale cez celý. Ale veď všetci sme to videli a ja som ešte hlavne vyslovene teda až takto pochopila na to a ráno ju nájdem koček a to bolo všade. Úplne tak všetko je v poriadku. Čo ti je? Vidíš to? Ja som to ale tam nespoj.
Did you not look at the camera? Okay, I should look at now the focus. Ah, that's me, yeah, okay. This is also this is
hashtag, lebo ahojte svetielka a nejednočky,
Ja som pochopil, niečo
takže
stalo.
spojitosť bola jednoznačná.
Bola to dobrá.
No.